Hi everyone, we're back. Welcome back to the Sapphic Sunday. It's been great last week we had some good moments, a lot of gushing over Juliet. I forgot the child's name. That game is loud. We gushed over Juliet. Who else? I don't remember. What was the kid's name? The kid? Our new daughter, Mimo's new daughter. Fun. It's great. I hold my mother because I forgot her name. And this time we're here with another Ebihime game. Ebihime makes some great games. I think the first one I played or streamed specifically was Winter Fragments. I really bad names. Winter Fragments for Christmas. It was fun, very cute. And then the next one I played was the Fairy Song. And now we're here playing It Gets So Lonely. Here. I totally not yandere girls love visual novel at all. Where'd you get that impression from? Stop saying that. Get that thought out of your head. There's no yanderes here at all. It's a very normal, very clearly comfy game with not spooky music in the background at all. Anyways, with all that, with all the introductions kind of aside, let's start. Let's jump into it. You are running through a forest. It is light at night and the sky is as black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way to save for the moon's milky glow. But its rays cannot reach you. Not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are bolting out blotting out most of the light. I can't read. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it'll be of little use. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You're running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire, as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. Why running? What for? For why? What? For what reason? If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going on and on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you have been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Somehow, something sharp snags the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forward with a shocked gasp. You're free, but at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running now, and soon, she will catch you. Then, your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with the sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you will lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up, and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then, you would crumple. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did you not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it is too late for that. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do now is run. You run and run and run while icy fog swirls around your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body. You shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run and run and run until, at long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path which you came from. You can't exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put such an effort into running forward. Hiya, Sophia. Bunlivia, come on. I know you could do better than that. But hi, Papaya. Bunlivia, welcome to this very not yandere, clearly very comfy, very normal. Very normal, not yandere girls love visual novel. Where to get the idea from? Carry the thought of yanderes here. You're delusional, Bunlivia. There are no yanderes here. Clearly not. Because you cannot exactly double back on yourself, though, not when you put such effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight, given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it may be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost, curved and slanted though it is. Oh no, not work! Well, good luck at work, Bunlivia. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good sapphic Sunday. Your fate, if you will forgive me for sounding cliche, is in your hands. Head pat. Ooh, thank you. Oh, tits are closed. I didn't open tits. I closed tits for some reason. I closed tits to try to fix the problem. I forgot to open it again. I'm dumb. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot to open tits again. I'm big dumb. No, tits are not set. I'm turning the tits on. Bunlivia. Don't worry, the tits are turning on. I almost said a different phrase by accident, and I didn't. I saved myself from doing it. But anyways, here's the head pat for you, Bunlivia. Anyways, back to the game. You got the head pats. We're good. We're good. You got the head pats. Tits are working again. Tits are back on. Is this the moment? Okay. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Ooh, do I go to the shore, the village, or the castle? Bye-bye. Thanks for stopping by, Olivia. Good luck at work. Bye-bye. Let's see. I kind of like the idea of a castle. It's kind of nice. Maybe you'll find a princess there or something. Who knows? We're going to a castle. We're going to castle. So, you actually go to the castle? Did you actually go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're beleaguered. Once they're beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally about to wed the handsome prince they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, with a village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? It is far better to skip the sufferings and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. Did you not realize you had it in? I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meandering. The night is far from over. Your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you had brushed up upon your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. Royals can be temperamental after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs, which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your legs and your hips. You're a little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for a very long time. Your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down and quickly. You only hope, as you continue to run, that she will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside the castle. You ponder, who will be kind and wise, and what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue eyes, with soft pink lips, pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You're only guessing. You do not. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tenacity to daydream. And you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said with a cavalier wave of her hand, the hungry peasants of her kingdom should content themselves with cake, if bread was such an option? You think this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. If not bread, let them eat cake. For though royals are supposed to grant their subjects secure in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same, I can't read, caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There's no guarantee that this mysterious princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there is no guarantee that this mystical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is the hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods. But finally, you do. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer you that. Did not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning. The force is behind you now, at least, and all that awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, and not like the night sky above you. When you crane your head, you see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and queen, perhaps? What are their servants? Perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You have expect as you stand there that armed knights would accost you for daring to approach the castle of king and queen so-and-so. You do not know your place, foolish peasant girl with a dirty skirt. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with your dirty skirt? Be gone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But though you stand there, dithering your filthy fingers, hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights may be on inside the castle, but there are nobody outside. Its perimeter is standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone wall at the castle's exterior are open just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have to come. You've come so very far. It will be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has at long last begun to fail you. Then, you step forwards. Lie between the iron gates, as stealthily, as secretive as a thief, and cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hems from stone, is closed. But, at a push of your pawn, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You hear this, and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. If there are any guards posted about the castle's ground, they should all have been alarmed by the sound. Will they come for you at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeon? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend a night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminate amount of time, your heart pounding at a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder. Where is everyone? Why is it almost as if all the people in the world disappeared? Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown and press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless to the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the gods. Not when they might very well be non-existent. You enter. Your entry to the castle secures you. You enter the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You do not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and with wide eyes you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance, all made of stone which splits off into a number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a long, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They have some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls. But you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot move. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello, you say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say that you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not wanting to be deterred, you try again, and again. Your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. Anybody is here? They do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idly, will you? It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can't do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor, the castle, which are very simple, similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save for the ghosts of eons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you mustered the courage to ascend the second floor. This floor too, you examine, wandering through a seamlessly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the cracks in the door and the jam, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be awaiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then, you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxurious that even the shadows can obscure fine craft. Not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown, who seems to be of a like age of yours. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender pads, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, like freshly cut wheat. But it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking, you cannot look away from her. Ah, don't. The girl is not alone in her chamber, either. She has company. She has a companion, though this companion itself is not half as endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would be content herself to play with dolls. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchambers. I see a teacup in a doll's hand. But you're not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling in the girl is because she turns and reaches her head. Then, her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteened bed, examining her doll. Now she's looking at you. However, her face is illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She is beautiful, so much so. It is breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she's none of these things. The doll in her lap is cold, hard thing. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinching, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect compared to the girl who is holding it. She's though startlingly beautiful. She even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. That of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You're rather hopeless when it comes to them. Even worse when a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by a firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can this girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined in her appearance. It is good to see you. I have been waiting. What are you talking about? It's just a princess, possibly, maybe, I don't know. What would make you think she's evil? Has she? That is news to you. You blink perplexed at a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty spiky with my horns. Am I evil? Don't answer that. Don't answer that. I'm disappointed in you, Olivia. I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed in you. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvasses the space between you. Her room is so very large. There is quite a lot of space. And takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement. Be my new lady. Buy me new lady's maid. It's been such a while, but it's such a relief that you're finally arrived. I knew you would. I guess I did, Olivia. I guess I did. I kind of did walk into that, didn't I? Damn. You'd never leave me alone. Not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious. So much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You're tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You've never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with the blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from yours, "Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid, after all?" The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her, she is still a stranger, but you are struck all of a sudden with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You aren't aware, you tell her. You aren't aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid. But if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country, and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and do not know who she is. What? You do not know who I am? It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though. That is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then, from another country, I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. I can't read, as we all know. My reading ability is horrid. Now, that is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You don't think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't know of the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I have lived in this castle all my life, so I do not know much about the outside world, but I know that the other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. Yes. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. Haha. I have not yet a laugh in this voice. What a shame. The girl giggles at this and you smile in response. You tell her, unthinkingly, that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. Yes, we are from Ligma. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yes, that is right. I'm a princess, and one day I will be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So, she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but, it comes as a surprise regardless. You didn't know before you entered this chamber that you were trespassing on a lady of such a great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. An ugly red flush creeps up your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look at your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very, very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it is all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You're not from this world at all. How wonderful! I look forward to picking your brain later. All my servants come from this nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last lady's maid told me I was too impertinent. I can't fucking read English. Too impetuous. But I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Now that I've even been afforded much, not that I've been afforded much of that, I've been shut in here for so long, I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks. Her expression turns, by degrees, into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They've all disappeared. Now that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I do not know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids and my undermaids. And my culinary maids. And my housekeeper. And my cooks. And a large retinue of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive. But they are not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. You answer, and then you flush. you had it known. It is alright. You do not need to apologize. I am just happy that I have you now. I was getting very sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan, with an intelligent face indistinguishable from humans, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a buzz. Have you heard it before? It does get so lonely here. It gets so lonely here. You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously inconversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she'd learnt how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me yammering on again. It is a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can answer anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It is like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you to get lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time after all. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what few rooms she does show you are used for. She does, however, pause by the kitchen, whereat she offers you some victuals. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. So that you down a dark, twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps, until she arrives at a long last before a door. Yes, a twar. What the fuck's a twar? The princess pushes this door aside, summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high as the singular bed shoved against the wall This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is warped wood. There is a malodorous scent, too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. Get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so cold in here. Though if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop in our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it is to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you. Her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she's afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This is unexpected. This is an unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her graduating attitude. I makes you smile. The room is sort of scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. Against a roof and four walls, though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warm once you have slipped beneath the bed sheets. It is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory. Neither is it as large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodging. You will not be expected to share with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. You think that the peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good! I was worried you wouldn't like it. Heh. I know it isn't much to look at, but it is one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in this castle. Most of the maids slept beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds in there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to go up there. It was a rainy day and I couldn't go outside, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been sulking around, I don't think she would have been best pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic. With all those empty beds, I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodging. And it'd be an insult to offer you any less than that. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rambling on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, but one that's unbecoming of a lady. The housekeepers warn me, though, every time. You reassure the princess, on the contrary, smiling as you do so. You don't mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners are damned. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the conservatory, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It is bad manners to keep you, especially when you're looking so sleepy. Get some sleep. We can talk more tomorrow if you don't mind my ceaseless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it at least. Though I'm sure you'll get tired eventually. All my old maids did. Haha. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with those gnarled, gasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You're indoors inside a castle, no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand, one on legs, you feel too weary to support you, and into your night clothes hanged in the wardrobe. The night clothes do fit you perfectly, but you're too tired to care about that. Do not fit you perfectly. You're too tired to care about much of anything. Retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then, you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale, and lulled by the breeze which blows outside, you fall asleep. You're so very tired. Your sleep is so deep. It's a deep, dark one, darker even than the future abyss. Furthest abyss, the night sky. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though in this case I would rather think your nonchalant, nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They're not dreams, are they? To which your slumbering mind is subjected to. You know what they really are. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The image that flicks between your closed eyelids like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you first did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsel had already been scuffed off by the girls who got there early. You struggled to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit next to you. The other girls all liked you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, their father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, most of them wealthier than you. Got that? Where was I? Reset camera. Ah! Thank you, Bunlevy, for the hydrate. For you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest and frailest and sickliest who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though. When they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt. That's a word. Dwelt. Huh. Dwelt is the past tense of dwelled. Good to know. As you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatory, they carried school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on a missing button. Sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and crinkles in their uniforms. I only get 2 pages? I get the 1 page of saves? Wow, that's scary. That's scary, only one page of saves. That is very scary. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you were always you will always be asked. You were always been asked. Yes, I can read English, can you? But these girls did not ask you. They would have been too... That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. And as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed, and they laughed, and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks they did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to. And before you knew it, the silvery blade of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin. Not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then, when the professor saw, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as rye when she looked, for a few moments as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand. They demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep, You do not need any stitches. It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it still left a scar. A white, raised thing, like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot. Back in the classroom, you could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. And your classmates, too, would have some modicum of guilt over what they did. But it seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why would it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You're disoriented when you wake, at long last with the rising of the sun. You don't remember what you dreamt of, but you do not think that your dreams were of a particular pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Oh, ill at ease. You glance around. You're lying in a narrow bed, in an unremarkable room, with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatory. Not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall events of the night prior, and so with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You're running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You didn't want to think of what it was that you were trying to escape from. You presume you must have given your hunter the slip, though. But you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs and your facial features appear to be in correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look at the foot of your bed, then blink. Be amused at your discovery. Is just standing there? You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment. 2 garments, exactly. A black and white folded in a neat white square. What could that be? A maid's uniform? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertion that you must be her maid's lady. Her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry, running from its pursuer. You brush your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You raise from your new bed, and undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire. White, black, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be a servant. Assured by your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber and then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them. And for a brief while, you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You're beginning to feel rather disoriented, when to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell, which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your foot falls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, and find your way down the very small hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing but the whir of a response. Is the princess still in bed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen, of her own accord, but no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. It seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid would should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. The room looks much the same as you remember from the night prior. The ceiling feels even higher than when viewed in the wane moonlight's morning light. I can't fucking read. I keep auto-feeling things by looking upwards. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which you will be expected to set a fire lit during the night. Princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across the pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was closeting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It's time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she's largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learned anything from the conservatory, save for knowledge pertaining the respiratory tracts of fish. What I know, Lord, of the respiratory tracts of fish, is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatory, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh! Defeated, the princess sighs. Alright. I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. That's kinda cute. Lol. Look at her. I'm up! You needn't nag me. When she aroused the princess from her bed, you put her doll to one side. You sit upon her toiletry. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore in which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder as you run the bristles of the princess's brush along her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against her skin. But a curious query from the princess, "Are you alright, dear one?" brings you back to your senses. You are rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your delicious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably hastened, you finished with the princess's hair, and then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been... Hi, Ruby, welcome. What is the bonk for, huh? What for? Huh? What was the bonk for, my dude? My home slice, bread slice, home slice? What for? Now the princess's tresses has been taken care of, you must start on her attire. Ow. Rude. So rude. So very rude. What for? I once again ask, what for? Rat rave? Huh? Nande rat rave? Doko? What do you mean, rat rave? What are you on about? You're just throwing things at me. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking at you askew. Askant. Not askew, askew is a different word. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion to divest herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Ow. Ow. Why? Why? Just because you can doesn't mean you should, Ruby. Rude. Is that alright? You asked the princess as much you would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that... Okay, Olivia, thanks for the hydrate. This is for you. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I am not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You've never seen a naked woman before except yourself. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than it is strictly necessary. You never much liked the way that you looked. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It is all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all these clothes. I doubt we look much different. Have you ever seen a naked woman? Hey, yo. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, it's not very quick. No, not at all. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up. For the front of a nightgown. What you're doing, or you know, not doing. Yeah, you kind of suck at this. She's not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress in undressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you're able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps. Spurred on, perhaps, by anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortable, clammy. The moment passes awkwardly and uneasily as you search the princess's night, standing there all the while, and as naked as the day she was born. Will you not find her day dress before you stripped her? Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her at night one? What a fool you are! Blatant fool. A gosh darn fool I was. The princess, noting your panic, giggles as she says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed as that is what you were doing. "I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you didn't ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?" It has slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You're too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bad skin to think about how best to conceal it. Damn! Imagine! "My dress is in my armoire," the princess said, glancing over at the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough, or so you would estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. "I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm all naked." Wow! Who would have thought that being naked would make you cold? I calls Jay such as so. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess to make your way to your armor. Once there, you open its wooden doors and peruse the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath the layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task of you have ever had to accomplish, even more than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. While it seems a small miracle, you still remember how to breathe. Ah, that is much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. How the fuck did I get dressed before then? I wonder. Oh well. Sadly, you assume assure the princess that you did nothing really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Aww, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I? When you've been so helpful, it'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this, more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really, what with all this excessive blushing, that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiric tendencies. I beg to differ, narrator. Have we looked at her mouth? Have we seen this mouth of hers? Hey, what that mouth do? There's a nice little fang there, maybe. I see a fang poking there in her mouth. Are you sure? Her eyes are also red, very vampire-like. Are you sure, narrator, that she's not vampiric? You are making yourself quite the easy target. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored being cooped up inside. I can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in a mind of... With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant, and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallway of her house, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair sifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light tall and imposing. Faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disrepair. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simply hemmed. Hemmed in a catastrophic degree, like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her new-found surroundings. Her smile unwavering. She gambols like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty! Do you think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose? Make for a fine spectacle, in fact. A welcome splash of color, when contrasted with the dullness of the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. The other flowers in the bed are withered things, and it's not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense. But there's something unsettling about them, too. Something that is almost obscene. How did these roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been drained after the life of the other flowers which are stumbling to grow within this garden? It's a defensible thought, but... oh! They are simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirit. They really are my favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. Mrs. reaches out, and she is to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you feared. Of course she's not. Who do you think she is? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served as you're worried about yourself. Princess holds her new pilfered rose in her nose, inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass, then the princess begins to toy with the petals adorn the flower's crown. Now, let's see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me. Just plucks the petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. But continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping the rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. His voice, however, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodical than the strains of a pianola. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she loves me! I knew it! You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls of the conservatory also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princes would have also been minimal. Has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Suddenly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one! Who asked what I be thinking of? Naturally, I was thinking of you! Naturally? She asks so easily as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses. Well, the princess laughs. She laughs and laughs and laughs, her voice clear and sweet, like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she's ever heard, or seen, both. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatory, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her. Ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my! Princess laughter tapers off into serene, seriously giggles as smiling. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand. It was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You cannot tell? You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose's stripped stem carefully to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you, too. Smiled the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looked so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? Then the real casualty of this game will be one singular rose. The rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out You need to accept the princess's offer, but... Oh no! You're clumsy. And you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there's more to a rose than its bright red flowers. The roses have thorns too, a fact you are not. You are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flies through your fingers and you gasp. You take a step back, then your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your fingers are stinging. Your fingers are stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding! Mrs. exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this to the game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? Perhaps she might have a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs along with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude? Once their aforementioned knight has successfully slain dragons. Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. I simply do not. It simply is not done. That is what you always thought. But... Please, hold still. This might sting a little bit. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she simply closes her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises her hand over her eyes, affixed all the while on the bead of startling crimson blood, which are oozing luxuriously from your wound. She licks her lower lip. Then, she dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on the sensuous, she slips her injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of affection. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. The princess's lips, which are as red as rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth around your skin, and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You do not expect this? Tremendously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh! The princess glances at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is that a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, but she's making... It is not, you say, that she's making you uncomfortable, per se, but... This is rather awkward. You did not expect that. Expected that at all. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? Mrs. blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your fingers still nestle between her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but I've heard that it's best to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this to me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you asked, your voice catching in your throat, did your nursemaid keep staunching your wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no. But my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I have my lady's maid to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they never clean your wounds like this? No! The princess says, smiling mischievously. Because I'm not clever enough to call myself silly. Right, that was quite the sharp retort. You do not accept it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible. Though this might perhaps be your benefit. With some luck, all your blood still flows to your face, rather than your finger. And the bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on sucking, but she still is. You're not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are not sure you were sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she might scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It's those things, though. It's things much, much more than any thorn and any rose could. The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden, in relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so that you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. Bruh. for your life. There's no running to be had while you were working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run. And in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The child which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties you were subjected to at by your classmates at the conservatory. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you spend with her, the more you come to care for her. You become quite besotted with her. Besotted? Besotted. 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 Strongly infatuated. Ooh. I'm become strongly infatuated with her. But you are not yet to realize that. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little to save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles in the grate. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look at the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights in the past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Oh, wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she's smiling, her expression is unnaturally wan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. And it is very windy out besides. I'm afraid it'll be a storm soon. It is awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the garden earlier, was grey and steely. The wind bitingly cold. I had to fight the first time, fucking goddammit. You hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the palace's bedchambers. Princess's bedchambers. The princess's castle is built of stone and is very well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. I know! The lesbabs! The lesbabs! The lesbabs, yes, the lebbabs. Ow. Thanks for the Lebsians, Bolivia. Thanks for the Lebsians. I'm all warm now. Are you happy? That's what the lebbabs are for. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know, it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Would she not be alright? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would like you to do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. That is a fair question. Your pride, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily you reassure the princess that yes, of course you could read. Yes, reading. That's something I can clearly do. Very well, too, clearly. As you all know, I can read very, very well. You're a poor student in many aspects of the conservatory, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Yes, I can in fact read, my lady. My lady, I very much can read. Yes. Reading books is all you have ever done. Been never good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do here. Anything you can't do, huh? The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I liked. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see. Old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table, as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak. The page is brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would be a good job breathing life into these old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please. Princess's request seems so simple. When expressed sweetly, So much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. You then retrieve the leather-bound book which is resting upon her bedside table. Spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, the princess said, and the bindings of the books are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the pages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first. Did you read to read the princess's read to the princess a tale of courtly love, which accumulates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, pegging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale was touching her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says, somberly. Or, better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. Maybe even a lady's maid. Perhaps. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. Storm outside is quite squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillow, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" Well, of course, you reply, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid. You're still hung up upon that? The princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen. When there is no priest around, who would officiate it? You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though? She just presented a good point. The castle is empty. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But, by the same token, do you feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, Princess says. But I'm not sleepy yet. It is still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn. You would not, as you think, as you turn to the next story of recounting in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut off your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last. Impossible adventures, culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior. And she begs for another. And another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5. And even then, when the candles would flicker on the princess's bedside, are close to guttering out. The princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child. She's never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request, that of more. If she were less calmly, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defect. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agreed offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now. But the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed. So... I know! The princess's eyes light up, like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course she wants to sleep with her. You would be honored. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of contract and protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be? The princess's lower lips begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice, and in her face, makes you feel awfully guilty. Hardly console her. You tell her in uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me. Come! And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. When stressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She's already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight errant, going away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles as she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should not to be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says. But I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun, heh. Pinky. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are. You catapult. Catapult? Capitulate on her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightgown, and then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back, pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there. But these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. You feel warm. You feel warm yourself as you slide into the bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess has so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle's grounds. All the while, your heart is a-fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There! The princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yeah, you are very cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know. When I'm with you, I'll be safe. That's pretty gay. It's strange, but... The princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, twining your fingers between like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It is as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe. So I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise. You rest your eternal smile with one of your own. Touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her? It's domestic. In a way, the princess replies after a pause. But you've been taking good care of me. You've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities, far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or a physicist or a mathematician, professor. You tell a princess this, deeply, and she laughs. You do say such funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think only half conscious. Yes, you think only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time. I've been running for far even longer. But now, at long last, you feel that you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to drop. Your body is lingered by a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is coveted by Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, for the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling, like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death. You do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blanket about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong. Catastrophically so. The moment you open your eyes, your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice, warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You're not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. You're standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curves of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately. You can feel its icy chill slipping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are simply pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much, you feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunting as it echoes through your cell. For that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber, when you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing instead. You realize with a sharp start in the cell of some sort of underground dungeon. You swallow and then, you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is going to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside to a staggering degree, and you catch notice of the stench. You are not, realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the same black and white outfits of servants, which look much like the dress you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell. Manacles on the walls are in no fit state to speak to you, or to tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach their servants to check their pulses, for you can yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There in the gaping wound, there's the gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped, in some sort of begrudgingly goop, which might once have been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first with a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age or lack of did not preclude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas. Her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheels of her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixated at the wall opposite of her, in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who's missing her entire lower body. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they've begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Literally, you struggle against the manacles which bind you. But alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong and you are much too weak. Panic rises on your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing at your attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, thought you have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, performing a set of actions over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No. Evidently not. You were still trying to escape, you foolish girl. As if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You're making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish you would cease this infernal racket. But I know you will not. Nothing I say would ever get through to you. Not that you ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now! She has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Dear one, the princess thrilled, entering the dungeon with a series of light, glittering steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all the infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Baleful, you turn your head to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing there, but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bid one entry, but barely ever an exit, to the dungeons. Dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts to look at her. Just a few. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side until you awoke. But once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place after all. For a princess, it is horribly cold here, and so very drab. There's nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillow down here from my bed. I suppose my blankets. But then how? But then they would have gotten dirty. And that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Then, once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and loathering, like the chiming of a silvery bell. But it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she was to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured it out already after waking up in my dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air of the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle. You can find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep holding you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best as you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. Could you relax like this? Ah! You're such a good girl, the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable, though it sounds she must be the one who chained you up. There was nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes. How very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all this naturally. Naturally? She says that as though betrayal was a matter of course. Naturally. Why? You ask, is it so natural to her? Why does she mean to do what does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done with all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care, she means naturally I'll kill you. There it is again. That word which seems grossly inappropriate, given all which has transpired. Naturally, there is nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It is natural to me, even if it's unnatural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There is a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, Mita says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind for that. I will be eternally as appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am greedy, selfish girl. You see, the princess' smile widens into such thing sinister. Her eyes flash with the fiendishly fever you've never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all the things that your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. It giggled even lighter than Vinegar's. Hi, Bruno. What a great time for ear wiggles. What a great time for ear wiggles, am I right, Bruno? What a great time. Hi, Bruno. What a great time for ear wiggles, you know? What a great time. I've been locked up in the dungeon. My captor is a princess who wants me inside of her. But not that way. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Plainly, the princess sighs a beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than this scanty handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought you at least might be able to appreciate my point of view. But perhaps not. You called it? What do you mean, Bolivia? You called nothing. It's not like the summary of the game in Steam. I'm forget your sus comments and say it's always a great time for ear wiggles. Okay, here's ear wiggle 1. Ear wiggle 2. There you go, Bruno. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp. Really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least. When she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at that princess. Where else is there to look? Really, she's like... Just fucking look. I know, your eyes are fixed to her face. Where else would you look? Really, like... Look at this. Where the fuck else would you look? Really? Where else is there to look? Your eyes are fixed to her face. She is so smiling. But there's something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile? It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your eyes are tuned in shadow. I mean, look at this place. It's hard to, to blame me. You blame me for this. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different from how she usually does. Neither is she acting any different to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It's only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, asks the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It is simple. Really. Like I said, you were wonderful, weren't you? Why, there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here. You were wondering, weren't you? Why there were no guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here. The question that crossed your mind, yes? You are sure that the princess said her ministers sent them off? Though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you'd be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened. And I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched them too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless? My voice crack, love that. My minsters weren't very much fun. I'm afraid they had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do. After my parents died, Princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abyss. So I killed them. I killed my servants too. Though I did a more thorough job with them than I did with my ministers. I did not care for ministers, you see. They were all fussy old men. But I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeepers, and my cooks, and my large repertoire of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence. I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling. Would you eat the princess that you love? The people that you loved? Seem to pour you to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? Don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude. Unless you have any better ideas? You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like that? And dumbfounded, you stare at her. You know precisely little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal. But you muster up a few token arguments. Like, what exactly are these arguments, I ask? You know the princess that eating people isn't really nice. Neither is it strictly legal. In most places, I think. Maybe it's legal in like one place. I don't quite know. I don't quite look into this stuff. A better way to show your gratitude to your tenants would be with the increased wages or increased holidays. Who just listens to your argument? Her expression is astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you have finished, however, concentration fails you. Your shoulders begin to shake, but it is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that is very funny. Why should I care about the law? I am a princess. One day I'll be the queen. I am the law. Now that is a good point, but would you think people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I am no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I might know what happens beyond the castle walls. I know what happens beyond the castle's walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have been a... Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I am a princess, and nothing more but name. Only a monarch without any subjects. Don't you think that kind of sad? I know I do. It is so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't quite make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody could be able to understand this. The intricacies of Princess's thoughts process are largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though, but instead you ask her the only question you can think of with your weary throat, which is sore from shouting. There. Why? Why, you ask? Princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later. Whether they pledge their allegiance to me or not, that is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent. Even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would deem myself so, consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me. And you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intense as this. But you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we can stay together forever and ever. The princess leads in. You can feel her soft, silken hair brushed against your cheeks. You feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. Relative 69. Be slightly unattractive. It is cold in the dungeon. With the princess's close proximity is, perverse though it may sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me. But really, The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are bored into yours, are like two dark tarns. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything. In the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pairs of you, is soon cut short. They dropped it earlier, Bolivia, at the very start of when we met the princess. Our very lovely princess, who is very normal. We love her very much. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are as red as the petals of the carnivorous flowers. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeons. You shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this is overture of the princess's. You think this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. The princess, she is supping on it in great, greedy gobbets. With like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke to you of love for her past servants. It is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers. A love which is so very abundant, it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought you could ever experience. A love of the princess's eclipses anything you could have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have ever had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about concepts. You've always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior. But the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. Princess draws back, desperately. You grasp for air. But she does not give you any quarter. Lesbians, welcome, Decker. You've come to quite the scene. Welcome to quite the scene that's happened right now in this very moment. This is very normal lesbian stuff right now. Yeah, getting sucked off by the neck. Yeah. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder, still with your blood, and slips apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanely sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then, she tears off your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it's red. There is so much blood. Hello, welcome, lady of the burb. Here's your earbud goal that you requested. If I can get my camera to work properly. Camera, pick me up. VC face, please. Earbud goals. What a great time for earbud goals, am I right? What a time for earbud goals. There's so much blood. You can smell it. When you inhale, sharper than metal. It's so potent. You can taste it on your tongue. Are you sure you're not just coughing up blood? You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin? Your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me for my if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led you to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or will you try to fight against it? Ooh! A choice! I love choices! Is there a hide button? Hey, look at this. Ooh, a nice single braid. Very cute. Wow. Look at all these. Look at that woman. Wow, what a woman, what a lady. Am I right, Bonlivia, Decker? Everyone else here? What a lady. Look at her go. Let's see, let's accept our fate. Let's accept my fate. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in the dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if it's what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I've always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I've dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and that is no different. I do not be foolish to think that, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood is mingled with the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. Love that consumes. Achievement get. You will never be lonely again. It gets so lonely here. Wow. What a time. Can't believe we just died like that. What's in the extras? Gallery. Next page. Look how cute this is. Look how cute we are. We're very cute. Very adorable. Look at these gays. Look at these two gays. Very cute, very cute, very cute. Locked? What for? Alright, let's get the other ending. Let's fight against your fate. See what this does. That is a good answer, I must admit. I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as uncomfortable as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only strength to try to seek it out. It's just a minor setback. It's a momentary loss. Hear that one song from the Princess and the Pauper, I think it was. This is a temporary setback and a momentary loss, but conveniently my ego. But conveniently my ego isn't something. It's easily fucked. I don't fucking know. I remember the lyrics. It's great. A minor case of serious hemorrhage. Just a minor case of serious hemorrhage. Actually, before I do that, I need to do a quick dehydration. Then we'll be back with this ending. Whatever it is. I'm back. I'm back. Look at me go. I'm not sad. But I'm back. Alright. Let's fight our fate. You need only fuck, throat. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. Oh, it's just gonna get back to the fucking crossword, aren't I? You're destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in the world. Huh? It is. Okay, it is the thing. Hey, yo. It is the crossword, isn't it? Ooh. Do we have time? How long is it? 3 hours. Do I have time? Decision? Do I have time? Do I have time to do another one? Or do I save it for next week for fun? So 3 hours, but do another 3 hours, be 9. I have to eat still. Damn. Well, I thought I was doing like something else. I didn't expect to go back to the crossroad. I guess that makes sense that we did the crossroad again, but dang. Bruh, why? Sad. I wanted more from the princess. It'd be funny if they have like the third option again, like go back to the castle. Why would the castle? What are you doing? Why are you going to the castle? Are you dumb? You dumb. You dumb. Man. Credits. Wow. Look at these credits. Wow. Wow. Music gallery. Why aren't those scenes in that fucking gallery? Why only get why only these gay scenes? I want other scenes. I want other sprites of her. I'm saying. I guess that's it. Cause I don't think I have time to do another route, another ending. So I guess I'll leave it off. I'm sorry. I'm weird cliffhanger. Oh yes, I'll be back to maybe see what the fuck this is. But whatever the fuck this is just another option. It's just choosing things. So that was a bit awkward on my part. I apologize. But let's see. For the head pats, cool. Sure. Garage. For 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, yeah. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Where should we go next week? Is my question. I'll back with this next week, because why not? Oh, how short is the shorter route? That's the question. On average, what is the shorter? On average, how short is the shorter route? That is my question. I ask for you. Shorter than the castle route. Okay, so shorter than 3 hours. That's good. Okay, that's good. That's nice to hear. One person, what is shore? What a time. I have to check Discord while I wait for the poll to finish. Oh, they looked at Discord real quick. Lol. Nothing new yet. Sad. Oh well. If we do another one, I'll go have to make food real quick. Shore is the shortest route. Village is the longest route. Oh, okay. If village is longer, then okay, so maybe I'll do village next week then. I can do it now. I guess if shore is shorter, I'll do it now. But I'm gonna make food first. If I'm gonna do it, just don't have to worry about making food halfway through. Because I enjoy schedules. I enjoy scheduling my fucking eating time to a weird time of 7. I'm bizarre. What's my week? Random things? Yeah, random things, but fun to That's fun. Maybe I will. If shore is shorter, then maybe I will do it then. So I just coincidentally chose the medium route size. What a time. What a time. Wow, the short won with 1 vote. Who would have thought? Wow. I'm gonna go quickly make myself some food then for later. Warm my heat it up real quick, and I'll be back with, I guess, sure, because why not? I like Ebihime makes fun games. Why not? Let's do it. I like reading. I like killing. I like just slowly drinking a lot of water because reading takes. Yes. Reading takes. Yes. Oh, well, it's not fun. I return with some foods. This is my bowl of food and rice that I will probably slowly be eating while doing the short route because I am weird and yes. Because I'm weird and yes. Okay, let's go on to the shore. You know, we love water. Water is pretty cool, right? Water's nice. What could go wrong with water? What could possibly go wrong with the shores? You want to go to the shores? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? This night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures will wait. Oh, I can't fucking read. And there are many number of adventures still waiting for you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance. I do hope, for your sake, that you have learned how to swim. Is it too late to say that I don't know how to swim? Is it too late to admit to tell you I can't swim? I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. Oh, I guess it's the problem. I can't swim. You follow the path which leads you to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs, which feel ready to snap at the knees beneath the burden of your weight. You're a little more than a whisper girl, but you have been running for a very long time, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. Why's our next here? You only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending. A harbor? I can't fucking read English words. It's amazing. I play like a lot of video games. I can't read still. The visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, cradling a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away from on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine too a face of this kind fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. You'll have a thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what a father are supposed to be like. You can only imagine. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength needed to keep going. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time is that? How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time has begun to lose all its meaning? The force is behind you now, at least in all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun is yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, as it hangs above your head. If there is any pearl, or orb, or snowball. The moonlight shines down upon the vertiginous cliffs. I still can't read that word. Which plummet sharply downwards in an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale. You frown. Now what are you to do? You did not think this plan through very well. Not that you have much in the way of a plan in the first place. There is little in a way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far, you do not know. And you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head? And what of your weary legs? Fitfully, you look around. There's nobody to your east. There's no one to your west. There's no point in looking south. That's the way you came. When you look north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it's too dark. Naturally, there's that word again, there is not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed, you could very well cry.
Allow me to be the first to say, hiya, papaya. Hiya, papaya, back at ya.
Ah, thanks for the follow, Lady of the Burb. Thank you, thank you. Also, thanks for telling me what this rider's shorter. Oh, but actually is shorter. You're not lying to me. That'd be very sad if you're lying to me. I'll be offended. I'll be highly offended. I'll be right cross with you. You do not cry, however. You know that tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. You do not comment how the narrator's voice accent is changed. Why? Because I said so. Then you begin your exploration in earnest, not eastest, earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliff, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are. Hi, Kaizen, fuck you. Also, what do you mean you're not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are? Fuck you. You literally bonked me, bitch. But you do not want to die. Still care for yourself, if only a little. What is this stream? It's Sapphic Sunday. I don't know what strem. What do you mean? Is strem a sandwich? Yes. Oh, is that what's happening? Are you doing? Are you doing it now again properly again? Wow, I see how it is. Watch it not do anything. You were going to, but then what?
You weren't lying.
Yeah.
Okay, you do that. You have fun forgetting what strem is as the clip doesn't fucking play itself. I don't know what strem is, Kaizen. Well. Goodbye. You still care for yourself, if only a little. It is in this sense of self-preservation which compels you onward. You glance this way and that, depressing the tall grass beneath your shoe as you search for a place to shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hear onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There is a house, after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't, at a glance, look very welcoming. Solitary house that you have discovered, not so far from the cliffs, is rather unremarkable. It is so small and And squat. You cannot imagine it considers itself, it contains within it more than one room. Or one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains even more than one room. Ah, I'm ahead of you, game. Though it is dark, and it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slate to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in that thatch. There are several holes, in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare. Almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter, really, and when this is nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other options. It is within a sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage which sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night, after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anyone does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow. The taste of the salty sea breeze is pungent in the back of your nostrils. Then, you rap your knuckles, your right fist, the door. Rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength? Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still, you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. Now for a third time, and wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm. But for all that, your knocking has gone unanswered. Well, nobody can say you didn't try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door. You pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you, as if for magic. It feels as if this was preordained. You step inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see, given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage interior is about as inspiring as the exterior. Which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small as cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate any other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though. If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage, which has this, has holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden, you feel incredibly wary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute, so intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. Sit down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not very comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sounds of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then, you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw, like me. Why, who is to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies then a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another, like little wooden dolls. Is that not a whimsical thought? How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical. Neither are they particularly droll. They're not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes feel, or fleeting fancies which can never come to pass. Your dreams are of a rather more pernicious sort. In your dreams, you are at a conservatory with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. You're walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes are merciless. You want your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention. But alas, that is not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing you are, and fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground, by the fountain. Lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered, and your skirt in a woeful state of disarray. Your knees hurt. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes, as a girl taller than you, and prettier, and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept the offered aid. Your fingers curl around yours, tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. You're like still weak from your fall, and your knees is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you are not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water, which drums against its basin, is all of a sudden very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. The rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums, over and over, and then... No. You do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past. The past ought to remain. You are never going to go back. Not even your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking at the start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from the lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes you glance about. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the windows splashed no stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed that it really did feel like you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste the rank, bloated water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, finish trailing against the front of your uniform. So if it was your dream, you have expected to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now, what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you, and you are very tired. But your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you can bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet, and then stand by the window. You look out at the starry sky, the pitted moon, which hangs among them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors, howling like an injured animal, and more softly, the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it is almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick up any individual words, nor even the individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. Damn it. High and clear like a bell? Can't do that, can I? Damn. That's some high standards for me. That's some high standards, game. The song is a melancholy one, which stirs your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during the fateful day you found that book in the library. Logically, you know you should not go outside to seek the source of the singing. But emotionally? That is another matter altogether. Emotionally, I feel like I should do that. You really should have learned your lessons by now. You know better than to just go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. Cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, and then reach for the hand over the door. The hand depresses easily, enough beneath your grasping fingers, and then the door opens with a click. The rest of the world would yawn. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the door frame. Doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, unhospitable landscape, your fingers clenching into fists by your side. Then you step out into the unknown. You canvass the cliffside, cliff face, led by nothing more than the luxurious singing. So haunting and so ephemeral is this voice. As it hangs on the breeze, it would be enough to send 1,000 ships out to war. You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs. They drop down into empty air. You ought not to go any further, but the voice is yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. Compose your act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away from out to the ocean, just breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. These cliffs are steep, and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged, the teeth of a hungry predator. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes are not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase. Particularly not when the cliffs are so steep. Climbing the cliffs is no little feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down into shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, dash you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it meant once, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and not one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not succumb to many injuries. Sustain. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping these rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of shallow and of a superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers, they feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is pricking, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones, where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. This night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lulls you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt for the singing voice, which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile, you clamber over. All the while the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an eternal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlight stroll. The waves lap against the shore, and then recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The moon that you have seen in your library books were all blue as sapphire, but this ocean is different. It's still at night, it looks dark instead. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. As if foreboding settles upon you, you try to quench it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Mermaid. 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 You're at a corner, your feet unsteady in their settled, sensible brown shoes, and then at long last you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. Mermaid spotted. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted. Her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud. It adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxurious, like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted in song, are soft, the freshly plucked petals of a flower. A rose, maybe? A red rose, perhaps? Her face is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, the stem of a flower. A rose, perhaps? A red rose? As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you have seen before. It is here, and here alone, the woman betrays her narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead a slender, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not then a human? She cannot be not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would have been ruder. Oh my! You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing it feels almost as if she is looking through you. Her heart seems to stop inside your chest as if it's a matter of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her. Sitting on that outcropped rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you. However, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just beautiful. She's not pretty, she's beautiful. So much so. It is almost unnerving. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is not. She is none of these. Tail might be an impossible thing, Its scales look slick and wet regardless, like those of any fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent and bathed beneath the light of the moon. They seem almost to glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She's back at you. You prepare yourself, expecting some sort of altercation. But the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which were once pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. Then, she says in a refined sort of voice, My. It really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear what your kind had all disappeared. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, it is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement and of a sweet, girlish variety. Vanity, as if, well. She's rather more amicable than the fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself, with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously, you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I am afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, but nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering up beneath the water's surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, and then reassure the mermaid of the contrary. You do not know what the humans that she used to speak with, but at least have not been eradicated. You do not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a reef. A reef. My fellow mer people who live beneath the water told me to not worry, but I could not help myself. I've always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering sitting here, night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a buzz. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you are unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you may be, at times you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect a note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident that she looks at you, that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. The answer, alas, is not one that you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your early words, but this time you re-embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from far off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by the shore, and you're unfamiliar both with your immediate surroundings and these further afield. There's a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. If there's a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. I can't read. You do not know what this village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all the humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive, I think. You are not, you wonder, enough. Are you not, you wonder, enough to satiate your curiosity with the human realm? Yes, it is true, you are here. I'm grateful, naturally, for your company, although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news on the nearby village and its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So you were able to work that much out, the mermaid answers, with a small smile. You're intelligent, aren't you? You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors were begged to differ on that score. You're always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You could never get your head around all the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professor used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are. It's just you now and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess. But I guess it was remarkably accurate. You're quite right. I did have a close friend from near our village. She is very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world. Of that I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. Your person, you could say. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me at my rock. Late at night, when she was finished her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about the human realm and about our customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scolded me for my ignorance, or neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had no time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn to dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out the pasture. She told me hard work, and I marveled at her. Splendor, splendor, though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. Slender. I put the P there for no reason. I, who have lived in the ocean all my life, could not countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Conversation was engaging, and I knew through our continued encounters she meant no ill will. She did not have even a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it? To hear another wax poetic about those who they held dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in so intimate a manner. You have for many years been woefully alone, but you're not alone now. You're with the mermaid, and she's with you. And though she might prefer to be in the company of an distinguished farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by the wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmer not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of that sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf. Did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when, you ask, did she disappear? I do not know this in truth. Time is a strange concept for beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently between above and below the surface. We humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months, even for your days of the week. It's not very precise. We Mudfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? The mermaid does not look much older than you, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks and laughs. A small, tickly sound like out of a bell, which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You've always had a thirst for knowledge, not of the dry, dusty academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. Literature was the only subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put it in terms of humans like you can understand, I suppose mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That is quite a surprise. But perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long. However, for my friend to return to me, I think it's been a few seasons? It might not sound like much, but never mind. Never before have I been so aware of the passing of time. I've experienced many number of ways wanting things done in my life, but I've never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me, and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I was asking for the impossibility. I have been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family. Perhaps to her whole village. You hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Her sadness of this human girl is a deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise, you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid one more time that you cannot help her. You are only a traveler after all. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a nearby village? Yes, I thought you might say that. It's quite unfortunate, but... oh well. You have not to reflect upon all that I'm missing. That would be churlish of me. It would not be fair to you either. You do not approach me, as I am sure, for the hope of hearing about all my woes. I should be grateful, instead, for all that I have to do. I still have my long life, which stretches before me like a golden cord, and of course, I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon, before my absence is noticed, but I will not come, But will you not come and visit me tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I can't read. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans. You make me feel less alone. You can't help but feel, as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of hers, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you instead as a substitute for the farmhand that she has been missing for very arduently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in a lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaids notice this, though. The woe of your past are not her fault, which as the woe of her past are not yours. It is silly, in any case, to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It's the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I have been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile? You wonder after her friend disappeared? Her friend disappeared? I did not. No, I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me up immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You're not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath this water's surface. You're much kinder than they are. Oh, if only she knew. If the room was aware, I wonder of how petty you are, and how jealous. Would she still care for you? Well, that is neither here nor there. You agree to meet with the mermaids come sundown the following night, and make your slow, stumbling way back up the cliff, and then to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Weird word. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside, and the distant roaring of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel after your midnight encounter with a Moorish kind quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to that icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. The following morning, when it arrives, it's cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looks dilapidated last night, when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it's even worse so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's broken pottery strewn upon the ground, and the singular wooden chair, which once must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors to the cupboards, meanwhile, are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night, and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontent rumbling of your stomach, in actual fact, that roused you from your slumber. But your body seems to be very far away indeed, much like the grey clouds which cloak the sky. You are not thinking of your own physical discomforts. You're dwelling up instead upon the events of night prior. You cannot help but think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night? During your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? Yeah, did you truly... Well, I got that right. It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. Surely. But why then can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scent of food, the scant of food, and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shores from nightfall so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas. You decide to go for a walk. Your soul is still ache after your excursion last night. If you go slowly, you ought to be alright. That is what you hope, at least. You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in this fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is outside. And in any case, the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind, set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meandering leads you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. The drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder how you were able to descend the cliffs at night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you ever realized. Though I, of course, could have told you that much. You're surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the outdrop to the shore. You had survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in darkness, only to succumb during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meandering along the cliff reveals to you all the manners of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliff were weather blasted, but you see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here, very warm and bright, like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think, with a flush of pleasure, the fair hair of the mermaid whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair. It is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. The tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for this minor discomfort. You have just an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with dolor that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again. And when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that you begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and their delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. No thorns in these flowers, I see. Okay, no thorns. You take care when plucking the flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so you might twine the flowers together. You mean to make your mermaid a diadem, something she'll be able to wear in her hair. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so very pretty. Anything would suit her. You continue to work slowly and steadfast as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something that you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly, if indeed she does really exist. Carefully, you pocket your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover, during your search, some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you are less focused on the future, and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness of your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage, whereat you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There's very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor. Occupations, which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, with which you might pass your time. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire that you might ward off the cold. The time is probably slow and passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you can't stop thinking of the mermaid. If she really return, will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope you can. If she were not present at your designated meeting place, you'd think you would die from disappointment. Seconds continue to tickle by unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied in anxious knots, and as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows, you hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the nights before. There's a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. Voices of high, clear ones, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noble woman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. Ow. Did not abandon you after all. Why you wonder did you ever think she would? She said she wanted to see you. Did you think that a mere nicety? Booyah! Buoyed, as if by a buoyed, as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door. With trembling fingers, they're trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear, you seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soul still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting with the mermaid. You've known her for only one night, but she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You'd do anything for the mermaid if she asked. Well, almost anything. You hurry down the sharp incline of the cliff's shore, almost stumbling on your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built for rock climbing in mind. Not at all. So frantic that in your attempt to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you really nearly fell. It's a really good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way into the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of rock, whereat you last saw the mermaid. On the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn over her shoulders. When she sees you from across the shore, she ceases her singing, and her eyes light up. Or at least, they seem to. So, you've returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and lightly she goes, or perhaps I should say, heroine. Her praise makes you blush. You do not feel worried. You do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think of yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you either think you would be a supporting character, and without her own voice. What are you trying to say, game? What are you trying to tell us? What are you trying to tell us, game? Huh? You are not interested. You're not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She's staring at you delightfully, as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. You see that I saw the way that you scaled those cliffs. I thought it was very heroic. Oh! So, she saw that, did she? Then, did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, raising your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fall? You've never been the most disgraceful girl, but you have your failing exposed. And exposed before, at being as poised as perfect as the mermaid. It stings a little bit more in the fact that the resultant gaze on your palms and your clumsiness roughed you. Clumsiness brought you. To the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. I'm simply excited, that is all. See her again. Earbuds. Why'd you disconnect? Earbuds, what the fuck? You back? No? Why? That is going through my speakers now. I need to reopen the game real quick. I love that. I love when my earbuds disconnect themselves at a random time. How could you? I'm doing tits has the sound not working as well. Checking. Oh, it's fine. Sounds fine. Okay, we're good. That on that end, wait for the game to close itself. The program, please. Thank you. Open the game again. My laptop's on fire. Love that. It's great. See. Any second now the game will open itself again. Any second. For the head pats. I'm not. The head pats. Game's open now. Where is the game capture? There it is. There it is. There we are. We're good. We're all good. Okay. Let me load my game. Let me load the game. Load. You said the mermaid that there was nothing There was nothing so very heroic about at all that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking. Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was? Naturally. I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that you might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the docks very earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you reply, with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. They called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. Yes. Called out is a very interesting turn of phrase, is it not? Is it for a mermaid? She was? You do not think that you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then, well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There's nobody else to join me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for her song, and it was very beautiful. Then tell her before you can lose your nerve that you have prepared a present for her, too. Oh? Have you really? You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket, but if it would not be too much of an imposition, then, with clumsy fingers you reach into your pocket. For a few moments you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within it, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it was made from only a few flowers and it has held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it to the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a little very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You would have the mind as the seconds elapse to snatch your silly, woefully unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge too harshly. The mermaid's lips curve upward into a smile, in a voice so full of gratitude, it makes her heart throb. She says, "Oh my, did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk, and they made you think of her. No, you hasten to that. I think your beauty is comparable to these flowers. They're far inferior than contrasted with your good looks. You simply thought you weren't able to get. You thought you're unable to get to the rest of the sentence. However, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling passion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremble? Oh dear. Faint heart never win the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all your confidence? I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not at all expect it, but it's really very pretty. Look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. And you say, very quietly, that you are glad that she links those, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious before she smiles. I am not simply saying things to spare your ego. I'm not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air. They do not complicate others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of a speech? You have an honest dialogue with one another. If one party in conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is very limited. Oh! You blush at this more deeply still and surely and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it. Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny with all your second guessing. She was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one. I wish her stomach clench regardless. Ah, yes. Her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know. Gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there, but could not thread. The mermaid gestures to one hand the cliffs which tower above the shores, tall and imposing as though the slab of sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens though, and she was similarly shy at first, when first she presented them to me. She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There's no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. She's so very beautiful, like a titular goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Are you more religious or more irreligious? Maybe, I don't know. You might even consider worshipping her. Though, in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but this has been a long time since the human has bequeathed you with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. Dear one, huh? Interesting. Interesting nickname. Interesting pet name, I'd say. The mermaid leans forward in her rock, as to not pluck the circlet out from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift closely, I rather think it is a superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now that is enough to make you start if you touch the mermaid's fingers upon your own was not. Could your silly gift really be better than those she was once accepted? I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherish them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last very long, though. Not while I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The waters soon rend the fragile links between the flower's stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Why is this blinking? Why was it? Well, it was just a blinking pixel on my fucking Discord for some reason. Weird. Anyways, where's my VC space? It might just be Bolivia, I'm not quite sure. But it is interesting nonetheless. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle, while the others giggle at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too effusive? You sure the mermaid does much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now. Oh, that's cute. The mermaid places your floral. The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long, fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost... I don't know, code-ish? What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant? Though that is less because you're gifted, more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You are selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely. Really, the flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked these flowers. She's all you have. She's all you have been able to think of. I'm glad that you have been thinking of me. I, in truth, have been thinking about you. Though I do not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess so to how much I have been looking forward to our reunion. If you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine for humans from afar. But if you care for me, as I do, you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid your face of flame. Do you ever stop blushing? Good goodness gracious, stop fucking blushing for fuck's sake. That you do care for her. Very much so. You've not known her very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She is such an easy conversationalist, gently slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, and she is so pretty. I've heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my qualm is so very gracious. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be very depressing to lumber around on land as you do, living your days upon the harsh sun and cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean. I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed that there are some perks to having legs. An agreement which makes the mermaid giggle. I'm certain that there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I do. I presume you have never tried it. You shake your head. No. I never thought to do so. But because you have never been so close to the sea before? Not at all. Not in all your life. You do not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere anywhere then, save the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, it is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them. So perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, this is right. It would seem more fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. A gun. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of a cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than her friendship, that is. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical present on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises an eyebrow, even this gesture is performed elegantly, then says, "If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you're easy to please indeed. But please do not rebuff me. I'm offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said. I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, if she really doesn't mind. Of course it doesn't mind. I'm right here. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation." The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear mirror-like water, which shimmers beneath the moonlight. Then she dives. Where you arched elegantly through the air. Her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nearly a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well, now what do you do? There's nothing that you can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water laps against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully, like a wounded animal, as it buffets your hair about your face, your torn skirt about your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it? While you stand there, fretfully feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You are starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat, the water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend hasn't returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, then smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worried, but you're not half as so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken of as devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are in actuality very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are more creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you were not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. You're not so sure? I'm not so sure about that. Ah! The mermaid is wiler than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve for you your gift. I do not have the means to turn this into a pretty piece of jewelry, as you do with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward, then holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it, with the petals of a flower being folded back and... Oh! What a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark and deep, cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object, which glittered upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales of her tail. The shell is so pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell, worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You will make yourself bleed.
Allow me to be the first to say, hiya, Papaya. Hiya, Papaya, back at ya.
Thanks for the follow, XY Cruise. Words. Names. Yes. VC face making me feel sad for me, making me look like I'm sad for no reason. That's great. We love that. We love when it does that. And thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. You joined us for some nice sapphic Sunday. Very normal, not scary, not weird, no yandere is here at all. No yandere, none at all, none at all. You make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have this gel because it makes me think of you. Oh, nice. Cool. This is my second, route, I guess. I first did the castle, now I'm on the shore. And yeah. Of course not. I want you to have this shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it should be obvious. It was a very lovely find. As are you? Oh! Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. It is an awful lot for you to take in. But... Now, why are you gawping at... Gawping? Gawping. Now why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know. And then your face will be stuck like that. Huh? Which would be quite the shame. Guess that might be a gush. I'll call that a gush. Boop. I'll call that a gush for fun. Gulping? That's a weird joke. The fuck is gulping? I just want to keep... This will be stuck? If it's stuck like that, which would be quite the shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you're pretty after all. The mermaid with her smooth skin, your fair hair. You can scarcely believe it. There's something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? I feel that really weirdly. Obviously. Sounds like in a weird way. Love that. Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to know that you are not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There's nothing for you then. Would you take the shell with the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths for you? You do not think that you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now that it's a surprise, the mermaid says, amused as you reach for the shell, I did not think you would be so bold enough to take it. Now without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Your heart flutters with this wrong voice. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. She presses the shell into your skin, your own fingers tightening about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts. But there's pleasure in pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, please. This is an Arby's. Ma'am, please. This is an Arby's. Ma'am, please. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. I mean, you're not wrong, but also you've known her for barely a day. Please, calm down, ma'am. You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then, very softly, you thank her. It is quite alright. It seems only fair after you shared your part of your world with me. I wish to share part of my world with you too. Humans cannot normally descend deep from the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. They are far too fragile. Kind of weird to mention that. You know? Kind of weird. Are you implying something, lady? What is that? I would bring you with me to an underwater kingdom where you might be together. Oh! Hopefully this one's dead. If it's not, it would play into the theme of, I mean, what theme? There's no themes here. There's no theme in this game. There's no themes at all. It's all very lighthearted, very cutesy, and very comfy. No yandere, no cannibalism, no weird things happening at all. The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. Melancholia. That's a word, apparently. Don't know that. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of the shell. It is alive. Look at it from time to time and think of me. It's alive. That would make me very happy indeed. It's alive. Imagine that. Imagine if it's alive. Putting it to your heart. The days pass following this night encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best as you can, going for long bracing walks along with the heather, foraging for berries among the hedgerows. Even when you have mustered enough courage, take an old fishing line, uncovered in the fisherman's cottage, for your luck by the shore. Okay. Initial attempts at angling are without success, but as time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometimes even take up your rod, and you're able to catch the odd fish here and there. Small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolster your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of those saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them, slowly, innards and all. You're able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, but the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. I wonder why. I wonder. No ideas. Your days may be dull and drab, but your nights, comparatively, are made of magic. Magic. Bit of magic. And during the night, the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. Why can't the mermaid come out in the morning is my question. What's wrong with the morning people, Not a morning person, how are you? Sus. You never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She's the first friend you've ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, you fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her, and you hope, within time, that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend, whom she lost so suddenly. As your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough. The words tumble from your mouth like thread. Why thread coming from your mouth in general? You've grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she's yours. She must have, for it is not long after you bequeathed your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then poised a curious question. Always wondering, Theater One. British name, we love that. It's very interesting pet name. I was wondering, Dear One, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might not seem like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your worlds. World. Singular, it's not singular world. You only have one world. Yes. You only have one world? Yes. Cartoon. Things in the background. Quickly. My phone. Then on my PC. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on this shore for many nights hence, but I have seen nothing of that you have seen nothing of mine. Oh, it started. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit, while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's waves? There is much that I could wish to show you, since I cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to communication of experiences such as this. It's quite the flourish speech, but at the heart of it, it's a simple enough request. The mermaid. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You were flattered, initially, that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal. Hi, Bruno. Hi, Bruno. I know you finished it, didn't you? You finished it. I figured you're playing the game. I see it tells you. You are him. Huh? What? What do you mean? What's that even mean, Bruno? What does that even mean? Okay. After this flutter of flattery, there comes an uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You're a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the water. You frown and mistrustfully, you look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak with a mermaid. The water does not look blue. Ow. Rude. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. Ow. What, Bruno, why? Why are you doing all this? What reason? What reason? Why? Why, Bruno? What did I do to you? Happiness? Exit out? Exit out. They jut out the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry. Violent. Almost. Ow. Salty sea sprays across, arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight. It shimmers sharp as knives. Thanks for the head, fat Lydia Burb. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You're a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep, and so all-consuming. It reminds you of a hungry monster. You've never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before, and you never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water. But do not look so frightful, dear one. I will be with you. I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly you glance at the mermaid. She is still perched upon her rock, hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap. Not really. You were still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that she is nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you to breathe the waves. Do not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate, beyond food of so many fish. Right? Surely she won't. Of that, you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will comply. You will accompany her. You are interested, too, in what lies beneath the ocean surface out of sight. Oh, I knew you would agree. Thank you very much for honoring me. I will endeavor to make these next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. The mermaid extends her hand towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moonlight's crescent rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm, that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow, so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that for a few moments you can't do anything, either step towards her or back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted in the sand like some sure growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a grateful, dignified mermaid. You reach out your arm, shaking like the skinny spot of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own. Her nails, only now you notice how sharp they are, dig into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she wilted, you would be able to get away from her. But why would you want to? She does not mean you any harm. No, let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, one during which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaid's, as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. Sorry, multiple skirt? Huh? You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic almost. Almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly superstition, though. You're being foolish. The mermaid will return you back to the surface in due course, will she not? Right? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted her fingers, still twined between yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You do not think that the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold. It is freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's waves, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however. You cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it is your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like threads, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though nothing soothed and as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here with the ocean's depths, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water, yes, but you have not ventured so very far. Not yet, at least. That the glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fishes swimming with you. Their scales all glisten. Look at those fish. The scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear, instead, to your fairy tale adult mind, to be ancient relics brought to life through some strange arcane sorcery. What are you talking about, Olivia? Nothing bad could possibly happen to us. Nothing possibly could happen. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know, as you stood upon the shore, how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You do not know, either, how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories, of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology class. What? Huh? A fish? Okay then. But that feels like a really long time ago. As if I didn't gruesomely dismember a fish earlier for supper. 2 days ago. You would far rather think of your present as your present that's dwelling upon the past. But the seconds pass as they do, and the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While once you were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slip through the waves, now it is very dark. You can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressure weighing down on your inert body. You have descended, you realized, with a ripple of anxiety. Too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh, as if to sap that little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you could hear your teeth chattering into the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. Soppering up your nostrils. That's a word, apparently. There's so much water down here, at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid may be able to breathe underwater, but you're not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to flourish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless water which surrounds you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun to near your limit. You have been under the water for too long, and it is too cold, and it is so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now. How are you to communicate that to the mermaid? You cannot speak, and she's not looking at you. She is staring instead, fixed at something beyond your comprehension, something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. But as we stated earlier, her grasp is quite strong. Scarily so. Quite scarily so. Would you not say? I'm just gonna open a second Firefox window for no reason at all. No reason at all. None whatsoever. No reason at all. Totally didn't miss about 5 minutes of something. No reason at all why I'm opening under the Firefox window. None whatsoever. Anyways. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her excursions, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, to your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken, as you had hoped, from about your wrists. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she is gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent you from escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, to gesture. A gesture which prompts her, at long last, to turn. Her hair flows. Her fair hair billows about her, suspended in the water like a shroud. Again. Then, she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear? What is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, You're a human girl, not a fish, and you cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish not save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaid really ought to have considered that before she started asking you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy? So she does understand your woes. You might not be able to speak, suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head emphatically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent. But yes, that will happen. It is the natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I've ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I'm incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now, what was that? What could she mean? I mean, the mermaid answers. Can she remind? Yeah, the mermaid answers. Can she remind that this was a calculated act upon my part? Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough. Then you will die. It's not a very pretty way to go. But you needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it. I promise. In death, you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think that she is laboring under some severe misunderstanding. You would like to try to correct her. You do not want to die, but of course, you cannot open your mouth. What a pity! Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying phrase. Your dying please. I doubt they'll be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I'm doing this, then I would not mind obligating. I have no secret to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon my first meeting, she nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring upon the watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you get to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her. I am not doing this because I have no choice. I'm only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl. Though you do not look much alike, you do not act alike either. But you're both humans, who, despite their delicacies, have no sort of determination. How your kind is able to live with when your lifespans are so very short, and you are susceptible to so very many diseases, is a mystery to me. Although my lifespan is far eclipses your own, I am far sturdier. I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that. If I were as fragile as you, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner. Just as you can see your own death looming up before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming, closer and closer, and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity as much as she wishes to extinguish it. That does not make much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing, but it makes perfect sense. To me, at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went, or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by the bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days, and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about. But there were so many possibilities, I could not imagine all of them. This thought terrified me. It still does. It is why I am going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There, we can be together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely. Much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel, you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by disease. You will be quite safe. I promise. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune? The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learned this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel more faint and far, far away. Your body is beginning to feel. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though. If we are to be happy, I am doing this. I'm doing this, you know, for both of our sakes. I do apologize for taking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushered in your inevitable demise. But you're too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They begin to ache. Perhaps you're crying? You do not know. The water masks much of your anguish. You have been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time for you to go without air. Your vision begins to cloud. Your surroundings are already dark, look darker. Still unpleasant and obscure. Not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly around your waist, your arm around your waist. If it was your waist, that'd be very cute, but also very sad and scary. You know, a lot easier to get out of it also. Is there no escape? Is there no escape for you? The prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her luxuriating on those rocks beneath the moonlight. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. Hydrate. Okay. This is for you, Lady of the Birds. Oh, my bowl. This is for you. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow. And in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer to that junction in your life's story. But I suppose it would be remiss for me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish. Not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death, Maria was the only one who would have could cause it you? I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world that might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Ah, I like that look in your face. It is a look full of determination. The same determination which she first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way, after all, to drown. That is quite the decorous. That's quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells or mermaids mean to intertwine through your hair after your death. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side. Or good side of any homicidal Naiad this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is in your hands again. Is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? And with that, it is late. I haven't touched my food at all, basically. My throat is slowly dying. It's hella dark out. It's getting dark now. So, I think it's time to end the stream. As you do. Thanks again, everyone, for calling it here. Yeah, I'm calling it here. That's the point. Calling it here. Next week, if you want to find, if we're gonna do, I'm assuming we're gonna at least next week, we're gonna at least for Saturday Sunday we're gonna do the village, and if there won't be time, actually, I just realized there won't be time after the village, because if the village is longer than earlier than the other one, I don't have time after because I have to shower at a time. So our next week, For Slavic Sunday, we're gonna do the village. We're gonna go to the village. And and probably the week after, if my gut is correct, we're probably gonna do another thing here. Interesting. Cool. But yeah, again, thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow, I will probably be playing Tears of the Kingdom earlier at the same time I started, which is 3 p.m. EST, around that. Probably not for as long as this one, because I have to shower. I love my weird schedule if I shower this specific time. It's great. It's fun. But anyways, thanks for hanging. I still need to make a raid command at some point in my fucking life. Thanks for the head pats. I appreciate it. Let's go raid my friend who just started streaming hour ago. Almost barely an hour ago, like a few minutes, 15-ish minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. And we're gonna do, if I can get the emotes in time. I'm not gonna get. Ow! Thanks, Bolivia, for the chuck. We appreciate it a lot. Go sleep. What do you mean go sleep? I'm not sleeping. I need to rest my throat and then do other things called eating and playing video games and watching anime, maybe. This is for the sub. This is the raid message. If I can do this fast enough, we can get a non-sub one real quick. If I'm fast enough. Fuck you. No, not there. I can't. I'm not fast enough, am I? I'm not gonna be fast enough, am I? Oh no. Oh dear god. Oh my god. Oh dear god. I'm not fast enough, am I? Oh shit. Maybe? Maybe I am. Maybe I am. I am fast enough. I did it. Almost. No! There you go. No, it's a great message. There you go. There you go. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed. See y'all tomorrow. Hopefully, maybe, I don't know when you'll be here again. You choose. You decide. Bye!